Yeah, I think around that time I remember I saw it, but it wasn't something that I was like, oh yeah. I haven't built yet, I just started. I just start YouTube chat. Okay, so redo. Alright, so today we're gonna be building the Nama. This is Utre or WS's upcoming board. This has been a long time in the making and they are releasing it. So this board is very intricate. There's a lot of, very complicated designs. Really the case? Yeah. So the elephant, this like geometric elephant is sort of like the mascot of the board, but once we open it up, you guys will see there's a lot going on, right? So this is the case that will come in. So it's the nice briefcase. Open this case. Let's see. Let me turn this. God, my ceramics. Okay, let's see. You know what? I feel like I just opened it the other side. Okay. Okay, yes. Here we go. So the Nama. So the theme around this one, elephant, geometric, time, timeless, right? So let's see. Okay, so here we are. Okay. Okay. So we got this nice like black and gold combo going on. So looks like we have instructions here. Oh, that's probably the fanciest manual I've ever seen. Pretty fancy, right? So instructions on how to use everything right here. Whoa. This one is the service card. Okay, before unboxing, please carefully read the following important reminder. Okay. For more details. Okay. So far, just like right off the bat, I feel like WS has always done a really good job with the unboxing experience, right? So just right off the bat, this just seems very fancy. Like even the paper is like thick velvet cardstock, so that's neat. Okay. So this briefcase does have this like little pocket right here, right? And then this is the keyboard itself. Oh, take it out. It's really heavy. This is a heavy board. So fancy, yes. Very fancy. But yeah, sorry for starting stream a little late. Just the hotbot place took forever, unfortunately. Promise I'm not pre-recorded. Okay. Ooh, so I have the nice pink colorway, but however, let's see how many colors they have. So they all have pretty different names. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different colors, and then apparently each color has like a description behind it. So you have navy blue or midnight blue. You have burgundy red, which is called crimson royal. You have e-white, which is called nova frost. You have gunmetal gray, which is called titanium shadow. You have anodized pink, which is called rose quartz. Ink green, which is called emerald dusk. Eggplant purple, which is called amethyst night. GT silver, which is known as a lunar silver. Anodized lavender, violet whisper, and anodized black noir eclipse. So for the pink case, right, that one is a rose quartz. The description for this one is gentle yet resilient. It glows softly with warmth and quiet beauty. All right. Yeah, let's just take this out of here. Yeah, we have pink. What color did Diego have? What are you? He has blue, I see. Whoa. 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 Okay, so just like right off the bat, there's a lot of elements being incorporated here that I actually haven't seen too often, but well, so first of all is this, right? I'm kind of like, oh, you know what? I kept saying this is an elephant, but this is actually a mammoth. I'm so sorry. It's a mammoth. Why do I keep saying elephant? My bad. This is a mammoth. Everyone has this board, damn. Wait, who? Alex and Diego? Or you mean... I mean, it makes sense that we all have this board because we're all reviewing it, right? My bad. I kept saying it was an elephant, but it's a mammoth. Yeah, I know Alex is gonna stream it and Diego has already streamed it. Maybe it seems like everyone has it because there's not many keyboard streamers these days. Oh, well, the reason for that is the release date for this is the 9th. So we're all like on a time crunch to like show it. So that's why. Um Usually when it's like closer or when the release date's further, we can kind of stagger it. But this one is like, I think they're moving up the release date. So it was kind of like, okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. So I was actually supposed to stream this, I think, next week, but they asked me to move it up, right? So here we are today. But yeah, I'm so sorry. This is a mammoth. I kept saying elephant. That's just what my mind jumped to. But yeah. So I'm not gonna look at the brief at the I'm just gonna tell you guys like my first impressions, but first impressions, this is a very, very cool board. I mean, I guess that's like my first impressions. There's a lot going on that I could see why the price point is the way it is. So, for example, you know, hey, stop. Cat! Oh, of course. My cat's like, I see box, I go chew box. Okay. But just looking at, you know, the curvy, so it has a mixture of both curvy and also sharp corners in the sense of like the exterior, right? So just looking right here, you can see, right, the way that it's machined, it catches the light a little differently. Right here, this part's very interesting because it's almost like a ramp, right? No, it was me, so. This is almost like a ramp, so it could kind of act almost like a wrist rest, I would say, but it is more like a slope. Here you have the clock. I mean, we know clocks or watches, I guess, are just complicated in themselves, so I'm not even gonna begin to kind of like describe what I'm like what is going on in here because quite frankly, I have no idea. However, if you look really closely, there is like a little mammoth right here to match the logo right here. And also, this is something that I really like that WS does that I don't really see very often, but how they've chamfered, you know, the edges right here and also made it shiny. So it has like the shiny edges, right? So I don't know if you guys can see this, but it does have like that silver outline, right? Oh yeah, you can see it. You see how it's like silver on the edges right there? Really cool small detail that they've incorporated that I do like, right? So it's almost like another thing that kind of catches the light at certain angles. This is a very unique shape. It's a very... I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. I could see how some people are like, it's a bit much, but for those who like, you know, really unique shaped keyboards, this like meets that, I would say. But also just like looking at how the case is, I I would guess this is a very expensive board, or it takes a lot to do this. So I guess I'm excited to see like everything else. But as I was saying, if you look, do you see the little mammoth right there? So cute. The mammoth and mammoth. Not elephant. Yes. So that was something that was brought up, and I have a answer for this, right? Why does a llama have no hands? Um, I got Nama has no hands. Forget the time. Now is the moment. That, for those who are wondering why it has no hands. But basically, it works. It works a little differently, but we'll look into it, right? But yeah. So I have the pink version. Okay. I mean, it's kind of like when it comes to especially like Chinese designs, very whimsical, very burr, you know, design go burr. It's kind of how I describe it, you know, it's cheesy descriptions. Um, there's always like a story behind the reason things are the way they are, right? So, uh, but yeah, okay. Anyways, that's just my first impression, but let's just look at the board. Okay. So today we have the Namla. Okay, so today we have the Nama. So it's a 75%, right? With the clock watch knob or whatever you want to call it. The general, I guess, icon or mascot behind this is the mammoth. Apparently, it is influenced by the mammoth. Is that what I heard was saying? Um, but yeah. So just looking at this, it's not a condensed 75. So there are spacers between. You see the arrow key, the four keys, and the F row, right? And just looking at the top, even though it is a 75%, there's a lot of extra, I guess. It's thick, especially like at the bottom. So the edges are going to be similar-ish, but then like the top and bottom, you can see the top part is going to be a little smaller than the bottom. The bottom is almost like a ramp slash wrist rest, right? Um, and then I mentioned this earlier, but if you look at the, I guess, edges of the case, or the edges of the keys, you can see there's almost like a little silver shiny chamfer. So you can kind of see that here, right? So it catches the light at certain angles and makes it look really nice. It's just like really shiny. So speaking of the side pieces, right? You do have these like nice curves. It almost looks like fabric folding, you know, like silk almost. That's kind of what it reminds me of, right? But you do have these little, you know, yeah, like hip dips right here. You do have branding found in two places. So first would be on this piece, and then you have this little mammoth icon right there, right? And it looks like we do have the cork included as well. But this is, I'm assuming, works as like a knob, but really cool, really intricate. Not quite sure how it works yet, but I guess we'll see. And then one thing to note is like you can see for the knob, this dial has been machined out. So kind of catches, you know, like the internals, or you can see the internals. Looks really cool. But this is a knob that apparently you're supposed to wind it, but So this entire keyboard is going to be pre-assembled, right? So it's going to be pre-assembled like this. So all you need to do is put on switches and keycaps. I'm going to take it apart just for the sake of doing that. But apparently, you know, like these parts right here apparently take over 10 hours to do. So that's why it's like so complicated. Bug on desk? Probably. The bugs have been coming in because it's been getting cold and they like my plants. Unfortunate. Anyways, yeah, so that's the top side. You can see it is a screwless case design, which I think does fit the theme of this board. But screwless case design. And then here's the side. So whoa. So you do have a two-toned action thing going on. So you have the bottom piece and then you have the top piece. So like I said, it almost looks like fabric folding or almost like a ballerina slipper. And then this is what I was talking about, the knob. You can see that they've machined this bottom part out. So you can kind of see like the internals of the knobs, right? So kind of cool. But yeah, you do have this like two-tone thing going on. You can see there's no like harsh corners. You do have a very dramatic curve right here and also right here, right? So right here, also right here. Okay. But yeah, neat side. And it's kind of interesting that this part, I guess I thought it would, I guess, go more into the bottom piece, but you can see like it's a very pronounced separate top and bottom piece. Like you see right here, it kind of is like a little bit more seamless, whereas right here it's a little bit more dramatic that, you know, these two are different. So this is like the point of the toe, and then here's like the top of the toe, top of the shoe. Okay. Oh, here's the back. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't look at my fingerprints. I'm so ashamed. Oh no. I put cuticle oil on before I started. That's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing my cuticle. No, it hasn't been tainted. But just looking at this, so you do see the geometric mammoth right here, right? No, you don't see the micro scratches. And then this weight, Avia is a very big weight, but it doesn't actually, you know, it's not like the entire bottom, right? So there is, you know, the edges right here. So it's not like the entire bottom. I mean, a majority of it. But the fact that this weight does have like the borders, stop. It's fine. These are non-adhesive feet for those who are wondering. So you have the 4 feet. You have the shiny big back plate, and then you have this like accent weight right here. Oh my gosh, Boss Quest, you're killing me. But once again, like this weight itself is also, you know, very intricate because you have the curve, so it follows the curve, and then if you look up here, it also follows like a different curve, right? So overall, the board is just very curvy. You know, if you guys like curves, like this board's very curvy, right? No, it's not particles of bok choy. No. And then one thing to note is that this weight looks sunken in, right? So I don't know if you can see certain parts, but this weight does look like it's been pressed and sunk in right there. So yes, we are sponsored. Looks like you're sealing. No, that's the reflection. Stop! Size! And then here's a USB port side. So it's interesting because this is centered USB port, but now we can see 3 colors, right? We can see the top case, the bottom case, and then a little sliver of this accent way right here, right? Whereas if you look at the side, you could only see the top and bottom, but here you are able to kind of catch that like little sliver of the backlight. And then once again with the two-toned. And then, so here is something that is interesting, is this part is actually flat to match like the top case. It's not curved, right? I would have expected this whole thing to be curved, you know, like curved into it, but it just kind of curves and then they've cut it flat right here. But I think the reason for that is to make it look more seamless with the top piece. So what I mean by that is if you look here, right, you see how this kind of transitions like a lot more smoothly than this part. So this looks more seamless than this. But I think the reason why they did that was because, right, this flat part was to make it look a little bit more seamless with that. So there is this flat piece, but this flat part you can't find throughout like the sides or whatnot. So that is something, just like a little small detail. Let's see. Yeah. And then here is the front lip. Right? So you see the two-toned. And then, yeah, so here it's like a more obvious seam. But this part is also flat right here. Okay. But that is the board, at least for this case itself. So this is a distinctive mechanical flywheel turn mullion integrated into the design. Oh, through the tightness. Oh, okay. So basically, the reason why they've made this so you can see the coils. I'll mess with it later. Just making sure that I don't forget anything. I keep my cameras freaking out, right? Okay, let's look at the PCBs. Let me grab it. You guys, I am so sore. I squatted 100 pounds, which I haven't done in a long time. And then I went to Solidcore 2 days later, and now I'm just like, I'm jello. I feel like jello. Hold on. I can't move. Okay. So, here is the accessory box. Right. Oh, that's a nice cable. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. That's actually really nice. Yoink. Oh. Nice. That is the fanciest cable I've seen. I'm not usually a fan of coiled cables, but that's nice. I like that. This is the dongle. It's deep. I know what year it is, but it's just fancy. I like it. I appreciate that the cable was given. It's funny because, like, I'll send out keyboards sometimes, and people will be like, where's the cable? I'm like, you don't have a cable? I guess keyboards normally come with cables, but it's always, I guess, weird to me, but... What do you mean you don't have a cable? Hi, fruit. Hot pot with dank. He missed out. Okay, so we have the aluminum plate. We also have the FR4, the PC, the Palm, and then we have the dampening foam, standard edition, and then we have the PCB. Roatorium. Yeah, Hot Pot was way better. Just saying. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so I actually don't know if the PCB is all going to be the same. Uh, Also, I haven't even plugged in the keyboard, but it's gonna be sick because there's a surprise. Okay, so apparently they will have 1.2, 1.6 tri-mode PCBs, right? So this one I have is going to be like the flux cut. So just looking at it, it is per key RGB, right? You do have these mounting points for the PCB. So you got 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom, right? And then you see these cutouts. These are for the case screws, in case you're wondering, like, oh, why does it have those cutouts? I'm assuming those are going to be for the case screws, right? It does have different layouts on the PCB, which is good, right? I've seen some brands kind of move away from that, right? Yeah. So it would be a flexi board. So you can do separate regular caps lock. You can split the left shift. You can split the right shift. You can split the backspace. This cutout is for the timepiece, right? But it is going to be very flexy. So this is what the flex cut PCB is going to look like. And then here's the back. No actual physical reset button, but just looking at this, you can already see it is going to use 2 ribbon connectors, right? This one for the main PCB, and then this one is for the piece on the side, right? But yeah, that's this PCB. And then looking at the plate, so I have a bunch of the plates. So I think what we do is we'll do all the plates, probably. So buckle up, buckaroos. So this is the palm plate, right? So no flex cut, it is a softer plate, but I like that they have this little badge thing. Ooh. Whoa. Some branding right here, right? WS Studio. That's neat. I haven't seen this before. A little cutout. It is adhesive right here, it seems, to kind of keep it into place, so I guess you could technically remove it if you really wanted to. Right. And then here are standoffs, right, for the softer plates, or for all the plates, I should say, but they do come with standoffs. Looks like PC plate will be the same, but I do want to look at this FR4 plate. So looks like the plates don't have the flex cuts, but the PCB does, so let's look at this one. Whoa, check it out. Whoa, so these are little cutouts of the mammoth. So they basically took this pattern of the mammoth and put it on here and then cut it out. Cool. Neat. It's not your traditional design, but I think it looks cool. So those are the plates and the PCB. I'm actually going to take apart the case and so kind of see how it's assembled. However, if you are like, I don't want to assemble it, it actually comes pre-assembled, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh god. Oh god. So this board is really heavy, so if you roll your board like that, the feet just kind of like roll off. But, you know, I'm a no feet type of girly, so we're gonna just take them off. See ya. Oh, look, the mechanism is turning. So in terms of case screws, looks like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 key screws. I didn't get to watch Diego's stream on the board. Typically when I'm going to review a board, I try to not watch other people's streams to kind of avoid like skewing my own opinion. What's that called? There's like a word for that. Triangulation? Is that what it's called? But either way, it's like I just didn't want to, you know, parrot something that like I would have thought of. That makes sense. Biased? So my cousin explained this to me what triangulation was, but it was kind of complicated. But it might be that. Triangulation. Okay, let's see. Is there something here I need to take apart? Let's see. You know, these are standoffs. Wait, I have a tool for this. Smudger. Okay, yeah, I think it's here. Let's see. You know, I feel like for some reason... Oh. Okay, this is for that. Okay, okay. So this screw is to turn that. Is this just like... more complicated to open? No, that's all of them. I'm just afraid of like using too much force. Okay. Okay, it's just force. I just needed to use more force. Whoop. Okay. I was afraid. Okay. Okay. Right here. Okay. Take this ribbon cable off. Boop. Take it off. Take this ribbon cable. Boop. Okay. So this has already been assembled for me, but let me just see. Okay, so this one is the non-flux cut PCB, right? So I guess technically we have two PCBs that we can work with, right? So this one has the cork foam in it, and then it also has the back foam as well. Here you can see the PCB, dumbbell gaskets have already been put into it. So since we have two PCBs, it could just like test both of them. Maybe we could do that. So the board uses either top mount or silica gel mounting style. This one already has the silica gel in it, but we could do top mount for certain ones. Or we could just skip the top mount. They really, there's always going to be someone who's interested in it. But taking apart the case, right, so you do have this top piece. Oh, so looking right here, it looks like you do have this little piece for the knob right here, right, that's attached. This is going to be a little softer than the rest of the case. And then you also have these two like almost anchor points, I'd say, right? And then here on the case, you can see like the top mount points. And then looks like, so these aren't anchor points, but these are pieces that they've machined out for these screws, at least on the bottom. I'm guessing these are for the back weights, right? To kind of keep it into place. So looking here, we can see that there is this battery cover. Right here, you have this piece for this knob, and then you have this piece for the main part. Battery, I'm assuming is going to be under here. Here you can see the Mammoth. So I'm assuming, I mean, we could just take it apart and see what we're working with here. Do you guys have a preference whether I could do both, or for the sake of time, doing both would make it faster, but it's not like really consistent. Whereas if I just like did one PCB, it'd be more consistent across the board, but not sure what you guys prefer. I'm flexible, I can do whatever, but not sure if you guys had a preference or not. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, so here we have our battery cover, our batteries. Um, it depends. It really depends. Here, okay, so you can see that this is for the back weight right here for the Mammoth. So you have the 2 screws for the Mammoths right there. These are pretty big batteries. And then the batteries attach right here. Yeah, so this one, right, to kind of make it more flat, but still while securing the weight, right, they've added these anchor points, and they've also machined out on this case these little screw holes, right? Because obviously if you have the screws with sandwich, this would stick out, but they've thought of that and just machined these parts out, right? I don't think we really need to take this apart. And then this mechanism is so complicated, I also don't really want to take it apart. But I guess for like the for science, looks like this mechanism is connected to this cog wheel right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. I might be able to take it off, but I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of worried. Let's see. I hope WS isn't watching me right now. I was like, oh god, she's doing it. Oh god, we're doing it. Ooh. Hello, 2-1. So here is the watch component by itself. Okay. So, yeah, you can see this little cog mechanism right here, and then this is the cutout for it to fit in. And it's kind of clever because, like, the back weight, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 visible, at least right here, for this, oh, shit, for this weight right here. These are not adhesed in, so don't be like me and do that. But, so it's separate for the weights and also for the back piece. And then this one does have pogo pin. So this is, oh, alright. This one is pogo pin, this one is not. Yeah, interesting. So the USB port one is not pogo pin, but this one is. It does work outside the case. Look, it's working. There's also, this thing, right? So this is the manual winding. Okay. I don't know if you could see it, but if you look at this very top right here, and then there's this manual thing right here. I don't know if you guys could see that. But do you see how it's turning? So this is the manual, but you're not supposed to go more than 30 because you can break it. You can cause it to be too much tension, so they recommend like 30 spins. But this is the mechanism, right? And then it starts turning. So it does function outside of the case. Oh, so if you look at this, okay, so this is to determine the position of it. So that's why this bottom is to help align it. And then, right, this is, I guess, to function as the knob piece. No, it's not like a clock or a watch. It's just a spinny thing. I mean, we'll see. From what I've gathered, right? Like so far, um, you have this bottom piece that will kind of determine the movement of it, but then you have this top piece that will actually function as like the knob. So you use this to help align the piece. Um, okay, like that. So once this has been aligned, right? And then when you turn this mechanism, right, that is for the knob part. Okay. Um, somewhere in here. Okay, oh god. You know what? You know what, chat? You know what, chat? So I take it apart. Basically, I didn't show you guys this, but spoiler alert, there is some nice lights on this wave, but you can't really see it, right? But if you look closely, right, you see how there's like that gap? I'll show you guys. I was hoping to just like take the whole thing apart so you could see it, but it's like it's a very subtle, so um I'm not gonna take it all apart. I know we can, but so I was like, okay, well, I would take it apart if we had more time, but unfortunately I gotta hustle because we got a bunch of plates to test. And I still have to do my stabs, so let's just do the stabs. Okay, let's see. So as I mentioned earlier, the board will be pre-assembled if you decide to order it and buy it. However, the stabilizers will be lubed for you guys. They will spoil you guys and lube it for you, but for the creators, they're not lubed, so I'm gonna just do that real quick. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask if you want to see something for the board. Just let me know. I'm guessing it's the WS stabs. I don't know if they're still the stupid stabs. Also some details that I missed that I should probably tell you guys is basically these were, I guess they needed manual craftsmanship because of like how difficult or how intricate it is, which makes sense. And then apparently this is sapphire glass as well. I'm not like into watches or anything, so I don't know if that means anything to you guys, but that's part of the contributing factors to the cost of the case. I don't know how many watch connoisseurs we have. Scratch it to test it? I could. They said this is sapphire glass, but in terms of watch terms, I'm not really sure what that translates to. I don't know if the standard is sapphire glass or what. I'm assuming it's not, if that's one of the reasons why it's like more expensive. But like I said, I'm not like a watch person, so I wouldn't be able to tell you guys. So in terms of standoffs, looks like you have 1, 2, 3, 4 standoffs. Which is really nice to have. A little annoying to install, but really nice to have. And then we have our signature cork. Sapphire, I think, is as hard as you can get for a watch. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's like bougie, right? It's not like standard. I mean, I guess it's standard for like expensive watches, but yeah, I think that's one of the biggest criticisms they've gotten so far is asking like why it doesn't necessarily tell time. And I think they're, I don't want to say a mistake, but I just think that, you know, it was kind of always going to like bother people because it's supposed to look like a watch, or it looks like a watch, but it's not actually. And I think people are expecting something like a watch, but it's really just like a really fancy knob, right? Yeah. So I do think that's something that a lot of people have been wondering, like, why did they did that? Why did they do that? Which, you know, makes sense. Like, why incorporate something that is like so similar to a watch, but not actually be functional like a watch, right? But here's what I think. I think they never intended it to be like a watch. I think I think it just looks really cool. And that's kind of what they wanted to go for that. But people are expecting like a watch. And then their reasoning being that, oh, it's timeless, that's why it's no hands. But I guess my question to you guys is this looks really cool, but would you guys have preferred something like crazy like this or just like a screen, you know? Like realistically, what could they have added in this spot, you know, that would fit, that wasn't just like an LED screen? Like it makes sense to be like a watch, but Galaxy. But I think what they were thinking is they just wanted to look cool. Gimmick? Yeah. I think by them not going like that extra mile, like I understand why they didn't, but I think their decision not to do that, you know, they're gonna get faced with the backlash of like, why not just make it an actual watch? Oh, Rouse. But I also think if it didn't look so similar to a watch, and if it wasn't like the mechanisms of a watch, like, would that have been more, you know, accepted? It's definitely one of those things where, like, I personally think it looks cool, but, um, I guess it's like, it's not quite my style, I should say. But if you're someone who likes, like, the mechanism looks, right, I could see why you would be interested in something like this. But I do agree, it's like, if you're gonna make something that looks very similar and also is like so close to it, you know, I wonder what the what should I call it? The reasoning behind not making it like an actual thing. But probably more complicated. I don't know. I don't know how hard it is to make a watch. So yeah, it's a volume knob. Like it's functional. I think the only um it's just a bit unfortunate because it looks so similar to a watch that people are expecting a watch, but it's not. It's a tourbillon. Tourbillon. Whatever. Hold on, let me look up the definition of that. Yeah. It's used in watches, right? Tourbillon? That? Did you see this new WoW extension? Yeah, but my WoW days. I don't know. I feel like the longer I've stepped away from WoW, the more I've realized like how toxic it was. Did I make those cups? I did. I did. They're cute, right? But yeah, I, f- I feel like they kind of pigeonholed themselves into using this turn boolean, which is known for watches. And so now people are expecting a watch, but then when you're like, no, it's not a watch, it's just a volume knob, they're like, well, why not make it? Why didn't they make it into a watch? So unfortunate for them. I'm just, no, man. I've seen how crazy some people get on Final Fantasy. I've seen the documents, I've seen the Google Docs, I've seen the Twitter threads. Like, generally, I would say, people online can be a little sus and a little horny, and there's just like discords for that. But like, Final Fantasy and ERP just kind of like go hand in hand, and it's just not good. I'm not interested. I've seen that side. I've seen the crazy side, and I'm not interested. Not saying I would get involved in it, but it's more like you never know what kind of people are playing it, so I'm not interested. Yeah, but do you kind of see what I'm saying? I'm saying it's kind of unfortunate, and it's a valid reason to criticize them for it, but I think they just liked the way it looked and decided to incorporate it, but people want more. But I think it's almost it's almost worth asking, like, if they had taken that extra step to make it a functioning watch, how much appeal would that actually have for people? Because you're not buying keyboard for a watch. I hope not. You still do. I got my Casio and my Timex. My like little calculator, not calculator, my little retro Casio. I like I like weird shaped watches. Yeah, my Casio was like $15. I I wanted to buy a used watch from Japan when I went there because they have a lot of cool watches there, but the Casios there were a lot more expensive. But they were also like a lot more premium, so that makes sense. But I know I really should have. I thought about it. But I don't know enough about watches because like I could have totally got scammed and would have no idea. I know they were so pretty. It's funny because you guys know Angel or Asmode. He actually asked me to see if I could find a limited edition watch there for him. Yeah, I love my Casio. There's nothing to really know. Well, more like, what if they were like, this watch retail is like $300, so we're gonna sell it to you for 250. Come to find out, like, it's like $5 at Walmart. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like I didn't know like if I was paying a fair price for it, right? Or if it's like I saw something that would be like really good deal. I would have, except the name of the watch. They weren't all in English, you know. Some of them were like you could like some of the model names were there, but then like you know they weren't always in English. So I went to a few of those like luxury reseller watch places, and I just got so overwhelmed. I went into like two for myself and then like a couple for Angel, and I'd be like, this one? Sumimasen. This one? Yeah, but I just got overwhelmed, so. But in the future, when I go back, you know, it's kind of interesting that in Japan, you know, used goods is not like taboo, but like a lot of like the luxury, secondhand luxury stuff is going to be a lot better deal, especially in Japan, because it's not really like a market. And the only reason, um, like it has gone up over the few years is because of, you know, tourists, right? But a lot of the secondhand market in Japan is actually really good. Like I know tons of people that like will go to Japan to buy like secondhand Rolexes because yeah, they don't really want secondhand, but like Oxy said, like it's really well taken care of. So I've seen a few people, you know, specifically go there to try and find like luxury watches, right? There's also the exchange rate as well, yeah. But aside from exchange rate, someone was telling us that the Japanese people just they don't like the like secondhand stuff is like some not like taboo, but there's definitely some kind of like bad juju that a lot of them like don't really it's just not as big as it is, you know. At least like here. I don't know like the cultural, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people have that sentiment like in Japan. It's also why like a lot of houses there too, right? I mean, some of them are like considered haunted, but it's the same thing with like there's a lot of houses that people have either like abandoned and no one really wants to like live in them. Yeah, I don't really mind secondhand. The only thing the only thing I do feel like it's a little I would be a little like creeped out is like, you know, oh, someone died in these clothes and it's like, oh, um I don't know if I want to buy that, you know? But they never tell you, so you don't know what, you know, you don't know what kind of unspeakable things, you know, secondhand things I've been through. You just kind of have to like yeah, it's kind of morbid because like sometimes I'll go to estate sales because you can get like really good deals, but the whole idea of estate sales is like kind of morbid because you're like, yeah, someone died and they don't know what to do with all this stuff, so they're just trying to sell it to make money. So, yippee. It's definitely, I feel like there's like a moral gray ground with like some of the stuff, but Koala, thank you for the tier 3 for 31. Oh my gosh. Oh, Chet, you are so right, Koala. I did not post. I will finish these and I will post. I mean, there's websites. Estate sales happen a lot more than people think. Hello, Justin. There's some that are not as. I mean, you're like you're in the New York area, so people there are like freaking vultures, so it's gonna be a little hard, but you know, sorry about that. I'll be right back. Got really. I think before one day I want to. One day I want to buy my dad a Rolex. Oh yes, I made up with my mom, by the way. Oh my god, this Pom Pom Shiba is so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. It's so cute. My bad. I think pom poms are cute, but I think as a pet, I would not prefer a pom pom. It's like the same with corgis. I think they can be cute, but I don't think I would ever want as like a doggo. Okay, well, I like rats, so Like they're just breeds that I can appreciate like how cute they are, but would I have them as a pet? Probably not. Okay, cool. Posted. Yeah. This is really cute, like pug that I see a lot. I'm like so cute, but realistically, I would never own a pug. But since they exist, I can appreciate they're cute. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's worse. Pugs or French bulldogs? Like, French bulldogs have to like have people help them mate, you know? My sister had a Frenchie, but it's one of those things where like I can think they're cute, but would never own one. Yeah, I don't think so. People like dogs too much to let them go extinct. Unfortunately, like dog breeding, I feel like it's such a I don't know. Like, there's definitely better ways to go about dog breeding, but when you really think about it, it's like if you think about it, dog breeding is like mess. You follow snowing. It's funny because like on my iPhone, sometimes it'll show me like memories, like pictures of memories, and it showed me the picture where Presley was like trying to like push this like triangle thing or cube thing, and it was also me and Diego. Like, oh, yeah, they have like a saggy like backside, right? Oh, really? Uh, Pressy, I took a video. It's weird. There was like this big giant cube that was like tilted, and basically people were like pushing it, and it would like spin. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was the trip where like we had a racist encounter. But Eric was just like, whatever. Eric was so like just like went about his day. Um I don't really remember the encounter. I want to say he thought someone like was looking at his girl or something, or like touched his girl. Yeah. Yeah. Pressy kind of did. You know, when that guy was like getting aggressive, Pressy was like moved me away from him and I was like, what's going on? And Eric was just like, I don't have time for this bullshit. Just like poof. They're like they're like typical classic. You just ignore them. It's like, oh okay. Okay. But they started making like racist remarks like, oh, you don't understand what I'm saying. Started speaking in like, you know, started speaking like broken Chinese, be like, you understand me now? It's like, okay. Okay. There's been a lot of divide with the Asian creators. I was actually talking to my cousin about this, but I think as Asian Americans, we just have to accept that we'll never be unified, unfortunately. Yeah, the grocery store thing. Well, how come? um, because just based on the demographic of where you're raised and like the general populace. So, for example, it's like you have people like the Asian Californians. Oh, this is like sliding, I can tell. So you have like the Asians from like New York and California, you know, where there are very strong, predominant, you know, Asian communities there, um, who don't really struggle too much with, you know, a lot of the identity crisis that like Asians that aren't in like predominantly Asian places experience. Not to say that they don't experience it at all, but it's just like the idea that yeah, the idea where you are not like you're the minority in the grand scheme of things, but thanks for the follow. But in terms of like where you're raised, you're not really a minority, right? Um, it's kind of like if you either had, you know, a population or like more than people like over, you know, 50% of the kids at your school were like Asian, you know, can't relate, you know, because it's like, for example, I grew up in Texas, so I was like, I was basically just like one of like four Asian people, stuff like that. And so there's always just going to be this divide because of where you're raised and also how close or how much you struggled with, you know, what a lot of us struggled with, where it's like, um, you're too Asian to fit in with the white people, but then you're like too American to fit in with like the Asian people, like in Asia. So it's one of those things where there's always going to be that discourse because like the California Asian struggles versus like the Texan Asian struggles are going to be vastly different. And like I've seen it myself because, I'll go to, for example, like restaurants with people and I'll be like, "Oh, this is so good." And they'll be like, "Huh? This is mid, you know. We have this everywhere." Like, and it's like, "Okay, well, privileged, like you're lucky, you grew up in a very like predominant, Asian place where you had choices, whereas like I didn't have these choices growing up, stuff like that. And so there will always be that divide, just like based on where you were raised, you know. Some people embrace it really well, but then some people kind of embrace, yeah, the model minority, you know. Some people have a lot of Asian pride, some people don't really. They don't want to be Asian, right? And so the original girl's Asian, her partner's white too. Well, did you watch that full video? So I feel kind of bad for Asian people in the sense of, they kind of have similar experience to like Asian Americans because it's like um they're too white to be Asian, but then oh god, but then they're too Asian to be white. So they kind of have like similar struggles, but a little different, but they're like similar strokes, I guess. And so there's a great divide between a lot of the Asian creators now because um some big creators called her out because for context for those who are like what the fuck's going on. So for context there was this uh uh there was this girl who made a video where she says that when she goes to the H Mart and she sees like a white person there, she'll kind of like give them like the side eye. Um, just because like, white people in ethnic spaces, it's like usually doesn't quite end well. It's not like all, white people, but generally, not generally, but there has been like a history of, white people invading our spaces and taking our culture and rebranding it and calling it not their own, but repurposing our culture for them, right? Um, and so she was talking about how, yeah, sometimes she just doesn't feel safe with like, she doesn't feel safe sometimes. So, like, if she goes to like a H Mart and she sees like a white person, she'll kind of just be like, the hell are you doing here, right? Just kind of like on edge. Which I actually think is a fair take, you know, um, because, you know, of what's going on in the world. And yeah, it is a lot of cultural appropriation. It's like we see it a lot, especially nowadays, where it's like they want to remove all immigrants, but then keep what the immigrants brought over, right? And so I kind of understood like what she was trying to say, and I think yeah, it was valid for her to kind of be on guard. Um, because like I'll admit too, like sometimes like I will also be on guard. Um, but anyways, uh but a lot of Asian creators went after her and basically got like their millions of followers to like dox her and basically, you know, call her out, especially for being like unhappy, right? To being like, you're Asian, like you can't talk about this because you're basically, you know, you're half white, so you're hating on your own people. And then a lot of people got upset about that, you know? A lot of people were like, look, as a fellow Asian, like we already struggle with our identity and, you know, halfies kind of struggle in their own ways. And like she's valid for how she's feeling, but you know, a lot of like the creators going after her are kind of like saying things out of pocket because, you know, it's totally okay to be wary of people, you know, in non-ethnic or white people in ethnic spaces, right? It's totally I understand. I understand what she was saying. The execution definitely could have been done better because like people took it way out of context. But now there's just this divide where you have like the Asian creators that are kind of like pandering to I guess the white people, and then the other ones that are kind of like standing in solidarity with her, like understanding why. And it's crazy because one of the creators was like, you know, if I saw a white person in my Asian grocery store, I would go up to them and be like, can I help you? You know, I would help them. It's like, I was like, there's no way, you know, there is no way I would go up to anyone to be like, can I help you at a grocery store? Unless I was a worker there, right? And they were like, it's our jobs to, you know, help people. You know, it's our jobs to like bring them and make them feel welcomed. And then a lot of people basically got mad. Was like, no, it's not our job. It's their fucking job to do research, right? It's like, yeah. Hello. Yeah, so it's just been really interesting to see all of that unfold. And yeah. But that's kind of what's going on with like all the Asian creators is because a lot of them, especially those who like, you know, well, so that's the thing is that you never know like someone's intentions. And I think that is the main takeaway is that you don't know these people's intentions and you can either, you know, be wary or be, you know, not wary. So I just felt bad for her because people are like, you're half white. You're part of the problem. Like, why are you hating your white self? And it's like, oh my god, that's not what she's trying to say. Like, oh my gosh. Oh, hello, Kaiju. Hammer! Thank you! Thank you for the raid. What are you streaming? Just because they're Asian doesn't mean it isn't racist. I understand anxiety. Well, that was another thing they were saying because she was saying that she was like side eyeing, but people were making the argument because they're like, that's really rude of you guys to like side eye people. And it was like, well, side eye is a lot better than what white people have historically known to do to people of color, right? And so they were just saying that a little side eye is not going to kill anyone, and it's completely reasonable for like you to be a little wary. I wouldn't say it's necessarily like racist. Um, maybe a little like discriminatory. This discriminate. I don't know how to say it completely, but I mean, I get what she was saying. It's just her execution was not very good. Yeah. Yeah. Like she made that comment of just like a side eye, and they were like, there are literally people being torn away from families, being thrown away, being put in ice camps because of their color, because of who they are. They're like, a little side eye is not gonna kill you, you know? So it's just this huge discourse right now, and it's just kind of interesting to see, right? Yeah. But you know what? I actually don't usually follow creators for their like political views. I feel like anytime there's like a video where a creator will stitch and be like, you're a piece of shit because of XYZ, right? Um, I usually don't follow people because of those videos. Um, but I guess I am guilty. Like, I will definitely unfollow someone if they're like, you know, I support, you know, this person. I'd be like, yeah, no. Boop. I'm not really interested in that. So I personally am guilty of that. But I think it's one of those things where like don't meet your heroes, I guess. I really understand climb over there. Two Texans will be closer to each other. Yeah, I just think like I know for me especially is that I struggle a lot. I struggle a lot with I did struggle a lot with, you know, the fact that I was Asian in Texas, you know. Like I was one of three Asians for a very long time, and that was always really hard. And yeah, like I too was also made fun of like little bong streams. I too was also made fun of, you know, for like what I brought to school and whatnot. And so there was a large part of me growing up that really wished, you know, that I was white and that I wasn't Asian. And I'm not gonna say who, but there was someone who was like, why would you want to be white, you know? And it's like, well, you know, you wouldn't really understand because you grew up in a neighborhood where most people were Asians, whereas I grew up in a neighborhood where I was the only Asian, you know. Did it not make you want to move from what, Texas? I didn't have a choice. How could I move? My parents brought me here. I could be like, Mom and Dad, I'm the only Asian. I want to move. Like, ain't no way. Like, I didn't have a choice. No, I wasn't made fun of for mushrooms. Or are you talking about like moving later on? Mm, well, no, because I learned to embrace who I am. And I think I was lucky in that regard that I grew up, like later on, I grew up to be proud of who I am. Does that make sense? I think if it were different, you know, then maybe I would have moved, but I'm not ashamed to be like Asian anymore. But definitely growing up in Texas, albeit it was Austin, so it's like not as bad, but definitely growing up, you know, there were parts of me that wanted really to be white so I could fit in. And it's definitely a very weird discourse for me seeing all the stuff I grew up with being like so mainstream and like popular now that I mean it's certainly more diverse, but I think it's just because um while other people kind of made me feel ashamed to be who I am, it's like I'm lucky that my parents were always like so, you know, like be happy who you are, you know. And also going to college, and I think college was definitely something where it's like a little weird for me because I went from being like that girl that no one really was like interested to all of a sudden it's like Asian girls are hot. Asian girls are a commodity, right? And so I don't know if anyone else kind of like went through the same thing, but that was really weird in college. Um but thankfully I was always with, you know, I was always with someone who you know, saw me like didn't objectify me in that way. And I think I was really lucky in that regard. Like I was always with someone who didn't see that I was like Asian, or it's like something like they never even like considered, you know. And I think like had it had been different, like if I had dated like a piece of shit who like was only with me because I was Asian, I think it would have been a lot different. But thankfully, like the people I've been with have always been, you know, hello, have always been like, I'm like, do you like me because I'm Asian? And they're like, you're Asian? It's like that, you know? Not like that, but that's basically their response. They're like, you're Asian? Like they didn't see me, you know, like that. But then when the people that did, right, it was always very obvious, which is I kind of have an aversion to people who are like, um, who are like, oh, I love Asian girls. Anytime someone tells me that, I, I cannot, I cannot be friends with them. Like, I just cannot, right? Like, that gives me the biggest ick, right? But there are people that will straight up tell you that. There are people who have no shame. They're just like, I love Asian girls. And it's like, okay, well, goodbye. Hello, Soviet. I liked Gambino before he started. Yeah, he started making a lot of these like Asian girl references, and it did kind of like bother me a little bit. Um, yeah. But I started listening to Gambino because I liked his lyrics. I thought they were clever. These are the Big Lucky. I don't know, did he? Also, Donald Glover is not my friend, okay? There's a difference. But would I ever become friends with him? I don't know about that. A lot of celebrities are fucking weirdos. You're friends with him? No. But yeah, I think I got really lucky, I guess. That somewhere down the line I embraced being Asian and I'm very proud of it. But you know what I think it is? I think it's also the fact that I got to travel. I think had I had stayed in my little bubble and not been able to like travel and see like all these like different cultures and whatnot, I think I wouldn't be as like well-rounded as I am, you know? But having that privilege of being able to like travel to different places and see different things, I think really actually really helped me, right? I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but I feel like whenever you're just like so pigeonholed into one thing and never really getting to experience like other stuff, it can be a little difficult and it's hard to like broaden your horizons. Um, but then like being able to travel, being able to like talk to like so many other people, and yeah, I feel like it really helped me a lot. Bill, do you see travel makes you more well-rounded? Yeah. I'm lucky I had that like privilege and opportunity to do that. Yeah. Not everyone does, so I'm very lucky in that regard. And I also think a large part of it is also this is gonna sound bad, but being online. Just like being exposed to all of that, right? Oh god. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to read what you're saying. It's like it's like one of those questions like would you have known I was born and raised in Texas based on like how I am through my streams? Like just based off like the normal stereotypes. I'm a hillbilly. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Do I say howdy? Maybe. Y'all? Do I say y'all a lot? I don't think so. I think you're thinking of Lydia. I don't think I say y'all a lot. I say you all. You guys. Sorry. I think you're mid-Atlantic. You don't really have an accent. You're saying I don't have a Texan accent? What was the big trips that helped me? I think going to China, also Taiwan, and also, oh, this is gonna sound really funny, but like Las Vegas. And I actually didn't go to California when I was younger. So I would say some of those. Yeah, Vegas. California accent. You think I sound Californian? That's funny. I don't even know what Californian sounds like. What does Californian sound like? I have had someone tell me that they're like, wow, I wouldn't guess you're Asian at all based on how you sound. And I was like, okay, that's weird. What did you think I was gonna sound like? Let me double check. Ooh, it's actually side. Your side. You don't really have that Asian American accent though. How do you guys know? Chinese was my first language. Also, thanks for the prime. Told you guys what? Chinese is my first language? Are you surprised Chinese was my first language? So you can do the stereotype Western movie Chinese American accent? Well, are you guys thinking of like ABCs? Or are you thinking of FOBs? Because it's like one thing if you're born and raised here, but it's like different if you were like born and raised somewhere else and then brought over here, right? I don't really like the term FOBs, but that just basically means you have an accent because your first and primary language was something else and then you learned English. Whereas like I learned Chinese first, but it was also hand in hand with English. So it's so derogatory, yeah. Yeah, you don't hear FOB very often. But that's what people refer to uh the Asian American accent. Because theoretically, if you're learning both your Asian language and English, it should be somewhat similar. That, that's why, like, FOB means fresh off the boat, which means you migrated over here, which is what you guys might be thinking of when it comes to accents. Yeah. And why I don't have that American accent, because I'm an ABC, which is American born Chinese, right? Which means I was born here. I'm Chinese, but I was born here. Versus like fresh off the boat. It's like you were born somewhere else. And then you came over later. Yeah. But it's one of those things where like I don't really like the term, but there is a distinction between being born and raised here versus like coming over here later. And so, sorry for using that term, but I personally don't like it either. But I think that's what you guys are maybe confusing with like the accent. Oh my god. Plus, it's also one of those things where, depending on how your parents speak as well, I've noticed that too. Okay. But would you say that's an accent, or just because there are some people who only speak English, but some of the things sound so freaking weird. Would you call that an accent? It's just they pronounce things weirdly. It's just they're just weird. I don't know if I would call it an accent. Am I talking about no? I'm just saying. You guys, can we talk about how much shit you guys are giving me during dispatch yesterday? Because I was talking to my cousin about it, and she was just like, well, seems like your chat just has a bunch of horny guys. I'm like, I know, right? Yeah, I played dispatch yesterday. You can watch the full stream. I I finished it. I played it all. I beat it. Yeah, I did an 8-hour stream and beat it. Yeah, right. Why don't you guess who I macked on? Knowing me, who do you think I macked on? Yeah, I wish there were more options. You still romance none of them? Yeah, I macked on no one. I had no love interest. Well, because you have Plum Laser, who's my boss. I'm not sleeping with my boss unless it's to get ahead, but she's already helping me make the suit, and so like I don't need to do anything, okay? And then you have Visigal, who is my subordinate, aka coworker, and that's weird too, because there's a power dynamic there as well. So if anyone, like I would have maybe have dated someone that was like my equivalent, which would have been like maybe Royd, but yeah, I was only interested in Beef. Like Beef was my one and only. Like no, I didn't want to date Chase. I mean, Chase would have been an option. He's kind of like my equal, but we go way back, you know, childhood sweethearts or whatnot, but Chase wasn't an option, okay? No, Waterboy was my subordinate. Could not have done that. Chase is wrinkly, but not of his own volition. He didn't know using his superpowers would do that, you know? Green guy. Acid dick? Oh no. Oh no. That guy was way too proud of his Pinor. He's just not about that life. Any guy who is like super proud of his penis is definitely just not good with it, is my takeaway. Like, sure, it may look good, but does it perform good? And the answer is probably no. So, not interested. Nope. Don't worry, I kept it professional. I kept it professional in the workplace. Blonde Blazer was my boss. She was the blonde chick, the blonde superhero. Royd was the big buff guy that bro fisted me in the bathroom. Beef was my dog. What are we gaming? Ava, I haven't even done the first build. What do you mean? We have so many builds to go. Oh god. I did an 8-hour gaming stream yesterday. Did you guys miss that? Dispatch. I'll do another playthrough, not tonight, but I will do another playthrough. You guys want, if you guys want that. But all I'm saying is that some people are like, why didn't you pick her? I picked her, and it's like, I was like, why do you want to see a playthrough you've already seen? Like, do you want me to tell you? I have my reasonings for everything. I got flamed a lot, but I have maybe not solid reasons, but I have reasons. Oh, so you want me to tell you who I fired? I fired Sonar. Oops. Well, I fired Sonar because he was a Harvard graduate, so he's obviously very smart and also young. So he had a lot of like work perspectives, you know, like work prospects. Whereas Coop was, all she did was like she even mentioned it. She's just like, I kill people for money. It's what I've been doing. And basically she's just like, if I lose this job, I'm just gonna go back to killing people, you know? And it was like, okay, well. So I felt like she needed the job more than Sonar, right? Hello, Frank. I'm curious though, like how different it would have been with Coop. Oh, Bonk Stream, thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Potato Club. Hope you enjoy all your new emotes. I actually just added 2 new ones. Sorry you got hit with ads. Oh, Zella fired Coop? Did he play through the whole thing? Yeah, so I didn't romance anyone. I did not kiss Blonde Blazer at all. I fired Sonar. I forgave him. Invisigal killed Shroud. So apparently I got like the worst ending. Did he romance Invisigal? Cause I almost said something mean. I like though how Insty and Moat went on my side. Like those two, real, they're homies. Thank you for validating me. It doesn't feel like pegging. You know what? It's probably an allowed word. Yeah, it's probably a word they approved. I actually have like no control over my commands. Like half of them I don't even like make. More than half I didn't even make. I feel like the first playthrough I always try to do like what I personally would do if I were in their situation. And then the second playthrough it's like I do everything the complete opposite because I want to see how it changes. I heard you could get more backstory from like Blonde Blazer. It was just very multi-layered because like going after Invisigal was definitely not the way because yeah, she was horny for you, but it's one of those things where like you sleeping with her is not gonna like help her. If anything, it's like you break up and then she's back to square one. Like she needs to learn to like stand up on her own, you know? Oh god. Oh no. Are you that cool, Oxy? I don't know about that one. But I'm glad you think that. I'm glad you have that confidence. Oh. There's only one person in chat that I can think off the top of my head that would actually have enough Riz to do that. I'm sure you guys all know who it is. Hmm. These are not like my GMK. You guys really don't know who it is? I think only Pressy can do that. You didn't hear the context? Well, people in chat are just so confident about their Riz skills. But I'm saying, I think there's only one person who could potentially do that I know of in chat. Aki? Aki's here. Oh, Aki. I'm sorry, Johnny. You played too much WoW. These stabilizers are like a little weird. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? My cat. She found the switch for me. Let's see. Should we just do artisans over here? Something about these stabilizers. So this one should be okay. Why is this one? I mean the torrents or the... neither. If I had to choose... I have to choose? I don't know. Do I have to? Magic gun to your head. Where's troll? You're not even gonna include troll on there? I know your troll bias, okay. Mm, I guess. I guess if I had to pick, I would pick orc. I know, right? I would have picked troll, but I'm not allowed to. Apparently. Alliance? No. I actually don't really have a preference. Okay. I have never thought that a character was like hot in WoW though. Maybe it's just me. No. No. Pick lucky switch. I think it's just that universe I don't really like. RuneScape. Oh, you can't see any of the details in RuneScape. They're either a block or a circle. Take your pick. Leaves more for the imagination. Isn't there some weird, like, psychological thing where you find someone more attractive because you imagine what they might look like, but then once it's like revealed, it kind of takes that magic away? Twilight movies. Was that a thing during COVID? I've not. What is it about? Okay, so this is the build. And this is with the alu plate with the cork foam. Okay. Okay, guys. So this one we have the cork. This is the alu plate. We're using big lucky switches. The stab is a little wonky. So, I it's because it's like a little loose. So I need to open it up and re-screw it in. But just ignore the enter. I'll fix it for these next builds. What did I miss? Yeah, we're just gonna take it apart. How do I like it so far? Hold on. Okay. How do I like it so far? I think that it's better than some of the... I think it's a vast improvement from some of the like WS boards that I've built. This one definitely feels a lot more premium. Although I think I just don't like this plate. So let me try the other plates to see. I think in terms of like how it looks, it's very pretty. Like it's definitely a very, it's a very pretty board to look at. Yeah, the board is very expensive. The board is very expensive. This is aluminum. It is, however, I feel like in terms of some of the WS boards I've built, this one, it definitely feels a lot more fleshed out. My problem, or not like my problem, but my biggest critique when it came to WS boards, so you have WS and you have Mellotrix, right? And then WS is considered their more like premium brand boards. Whereas like Mellotrix is like, more of their like affordable ones. WS has always tried to do very thematic builds, and so this is like another example, right? There's a very specific theme going on with each build. However, I feel like they try to be innovative and in different ways that were either a hit or miss for people. So for example, like they decided to try and make cork, which, was a hit for them. But then they try to do other things, for example, like their split plate, like the outside is aluminum, but the inside is like PC. So that kind of example. And just incorporating different elements that may or may not be received well versus like just focusing in on certain aspects that, they do well and that people liked. And, going based off of feedback. This one has been a project like in the making for quite a long time. Whether there is still a market for it these days, it's really hard to say because I feel like we've diverged so far away from like spending so much on like a board, right? That these days it really has to be something that really appeals to like a certain crowd. Yeah, so yeah, that's why it's a little it's a little hard because I get what they were trying to do, and I think, yeah, it looks really good. However, it's like these are, I think they're trying to not like go the Norbauer route, like, but basically going that route in the sense of like really finding that niche and cap and, targeting them, right? Um, I'd agree with Mao. It is like, this may not be more catered to, the Western people and more catered towards, Asia. Um, so this isn't a screen. This is the same mechanism that they use in watches, and it's just here to look cool. But this knob is functional as like a rotary encoder, right? Um, and so, I mean, as a reviewer, my opinions are definitely, my own. And they sent me to review for this board. And like, I have my thoughts, but they might not be the same as others. And just basically trying to think, or basically like trying to say like who I think this would be for and why someone would be interested. Yeah, so I did touch a little bit about that, is saying that it's kind of unfortunate because they went, so this isn't the first time they've done like a big knob, right? Because we've seen this with like the Freya, okay? And some people like the idea of a big freaking knob, and the Freya was really cool, because it was like touchscreen. But then I think that did relatively well for them, so they wanted to continue that path of like the big knobs, right? And so I was saying earlier, I feel a little bad that they kind of pigeonholed themselves into, going for this design that watches are based off of, but then not actually incorporating a watch and getting, you know, I don't want to say backlash, but basically being questioned of like, if you've included the watch mechanism, why not just make it into a watch? But I think it's one of those questions as well, like, how many of you would actually then consider buying it, like, had this had been a watch, right? I don't know if it would be more or less, but just already, like, knowing the price of the board, and had they had gone, like, the extra mile to make it a watch, for those who are, like, genuinely interested in buying it, would that really had convinced you a little bit more, right? And I would say for some people, yes. For some people, it's like, no, right? Like you either really, really like what this looks like, or you don't give a shit about it. Okay? Like, I feel like it's easy to be critical, but then you have to think, right? You really have to think about why they did it the way that they did, while also trying to make it not just like $1,000, right? Um, and if you can get past the fact that it's the watch mechanism, but it's not actually a watch, it's cool. It's still actually functional, but you know, it's like, if you, the enthusiast, would you have paid extra if this were like a functioning watch on top of the already expensive price point, right? So, um, I think it's easy to be critical, but it's like another thing to like consider the routes that they could have gone and why they might have gone this one. Not necessarily trying to defend them, but it is functional. It's still a knob. But they could have just replaced this with a screen, right? Would that have been better? Like, would you guys have preferred that this was like a screen? Or like having the option if this was like a screen, or this like cool mechanism that you can see? It's a tourbillon, which is wait, I completely butchered that. It's a tourbillon, yeah. So it's the same wind up mechanism that they use for watches. So you can see the Mammoth little logo. You can see the little thing spinning. You can also see the springs that you can manually wind up. Yeah. Yeah. Is it heavier than the Neo? It's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. I don't know if it might be heavier. Yeah, it's heavier. So like, I feel like WS is kind of in this like weird position where what can they do to make them, stand out, right? Well, that's the thing is I don't think they ever intended to make it a watch, but so many people are expecting a watch that it's kind of like they're facing, I don't want to say backlash, but I think they just wanted, it's the theme of the board, right? It's timeless. It's supposed to be, really complicated and intricate. And what else would you incorporate on this big ass knob space that would, fit that criteria, right? Like, yeah, they could have just added the arms, but they didn't. And this has been many years in the working. And I don't know if there was like feedback forms for people to, say like they liked it or didn't like it. But their reasoning why they didn't include it is because it's quote unquote timeless, right? It's a timeless piece. It's a very cool, intricate design. So do you know the Mammoth 75? That was an older keyboard that that they're basically making like an ode to. I guess I don't know like the pricing as in like why they didn't, but if that had added like an extra cost, do you think if you were truly interested in this board, if that would convince you to buy it or not? I don't know. It's like a genuine question. Like, I'm not sure. I can see that. I can say that it's very cool. And I like looking at it. Is this a board I would personally buy? If I like the aesthetic, maybe. There's a lot going on with the board that I think is really cool, but I also think that, yeah, there is a lot that isn't necessarily like cohesive and would, you know, confuse people. Yeah, I mean, I think I think it was never intended to be a watch. Like, never. I think whoever designed this just really liked the way it looked, but never really intended for it to be a watch. But like I said, it's just unfortunate that it's the main mechanism to make a watch, so now people are expecting a watch, but it's not, you know? I do feel a little bad for the people who are actually like sitting there and like making all these. I think we can all appreciate, right, the aesthetic, but I do think there are just certain points that have kind of missed the mark. I don't know why either. I don't know why either. And I'm trying to think about why they wouldn't do it. But what I'm guessing it's like either cost, uh maybe it's like a skill issue thing, like they don't have the right people to do it, or like they don't have like the certain parts to do it. Thank you. Thank you for the posture check. But that's something you guys can ask if you're like truly curious, right? From my standpoint, I think it's because it would cost extra. It'd probably be more annoying. And that's also more parts that they would need to like manufacture and like procure. And it's like another mechanism that is up for breaking and stuff like that. Like, I mean, that's kind of what they were going for. Like, maybe if they had changed the design, but I do think it's kind of cool to see this, like, moving back and forth. Either way, it wasn't intended to be a clock, but so many people are expecting it to be one that it's confusing, I guess. But you're right. Maybe like a different aesthetic, right? Oh, because it's timeless. So I can read all the things for you guys. Okay. Na, 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 na. Uh, so basically, the marketing of this keyboard is that they wanted this to truly be like a collector's, like it's very unique. Um, and that it's quote unquote a collectible masterpiece. And you can, well, it's because the Mammoth is a keyboard. The Mammoth is one of the first keyboards that they helped sell. Like, it's not the Mammoth itself, it's the Mammoth keyboard from way back then, whenever they came up with this idea, right? Because the Mammoth 75 was something. Um, so, so the idea is making this collectible masterpiece. Um, so apparently there's two versions. Oh, okay. So there's two versions. I have one version. I have the mechanical flywheel, but there's a tourbillon which is on the other side, but none of them function as in a traditional watch. Du- 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 Says that their reasoning was, why does Nama have no hands? Nama has no hands, forget the time, now is the moment. Yes, I have built other boards. Zoom or Mellatrix or WS are the ones that have done the cork. Yeah, it is. I mean, like I said, I'm just the messenger. I review the boards. If you like it, you like it. But it's one of those things where, like, I wonder if they had considered feedback before actually, you know, because they said they've been spending like a long time on the board. So at any point during that time, I feel like someone probably should have said, like, why not make this a watch? Or, you know, what Love Bell said, you know, if they had maybe changed the aesthetic to make it like more, look more steampunky. Um, and I think that Ink has a point where it's like, the mammoth theme can kind of be a little, can throw people off, because especially if you don't know that there was a mammoth keyboard before, then yeah, you would have the same like, why a mammoth? They're extinct. But it paying homage to like the original mammoth board, and that being like a timeless design because it was one of the first, you know, the big ass knobs, right? So I think at the time it actually was, but I also think that was around the height of the hobby where like everyone was buying anything like cool looking, and that was definitely very innovative. But my thing is, I don't remember if Mammoth was ran or designed by WS, or they just helped. Okay, yeah, I see where my issue is. I assumed they did collect feedback, but then didn't want to deal with breaking watches. I don't know. That's the thing. I wonder if enough people give them feedback based on what they're seeing, if they would consider it, or if they would like change the design. So people aren't expecting like a watch, you know? Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't know if this is like the international run um or if this is just the US. And if it does horrible in the US but then does well in China, then it's just like a regional thing at that point, right? I think right now, if I were WS, I would take the feedback from the streams and basically come out with a statement why it is not, you know, why there were no hands, except for just like, oh, it has no hands because it's timeless. Because it's like, okay, well, I feel like if people saw that or heard that, it would kind of be like, okay, well, that's not a good answer. So I definitely think now they really need to consider making some kind of statement, as in like why it's not the watch hand, or why, or what they could do to like change it to meet people's expectations. But yeah, yeah. Avo, you might. I'm sorry. I don't know what they're even thinking with this board. Well, WS has come out with a lot of, you know, very thematic boards. So like Freya is like the first example I can think of. So I think there's a certain market they're trying to hit. And yeah, it may not be the US market, or might miss the US market, but if it does find like internationally, I do think it's a bit difficult though. How far in dispatch are you? I don't I don't hate the board. I think there are definitely some parts where like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, that's really cool, or oh, but I do think that is one of WS's like problems, and I've always been vocal about it. Just like there's so much going on that, and they always try to like incorporate new things to, yeah, like what Yug said, to stand out. And sometimes it lands, sometimes it doesn't, right? So at the end of the day, it's like the board is very beautifully made. Like the craftsmanship is definitely there. Whether the theme is coherent or whether, you know, people like it or if it's like well received is a different story. But I would be more inclined to say I hate a board based on like the build quality, you know, versus like um the theme and the design. It's expensive. Does that make sense? Cuz like there are parts of the board where I think was done really well, just like the machining on this, so cool, right? Um and just like the overall build. Like this also very cool. Yeah, a couple. Like build quality is there, but whether or not like thematically it's there is like a different story. And it is one of those things where like you either like it or you don't. And a lot of you seem like you don't. I wish I had the answers, but they did send me, a lot of the critique, and their most asked questions, why doesn't this have hands? And the response I got was, Nama has no hands. Forget the time, now is the moment. And I agree that's kind of like a bad answer. Yeah. I think it just depends on how they market it, right? Like, are they trying to market, how intricate the case design is? Are they trying to market like this part? And I think that's the thing. There's just too many parts they're trying to market that people are getting confused or they're not really sure why the other pieces tie together. Would you guys agree with that? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if they just say like it was too complicated, it would have made the board really more expensive. Or if they had just been like, uh, or if they're like, okay, we'll do it. That's all feedback that they get from these streams and also from people who are genuinely interested, right? I mean, that's what it's always come down to. It's like, do you like the knob or not, right? Oh yeah, the um sneak box one. This is the Gateron one. If you do, I have a command for it, but it's the Gateron one. Really like it. It has soft teeth. I think it's Puller. Oh god, someone try that one. It might be keycap Puller. It's a command. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's just a lot of elements they try to incorporate. I mean, I'm guessing to bring in like a different crowd or bring in like multiple crowds, but I mean, it almost seems like a detriment in the sense of like, yeah, they bring in multiple people who are like different crowds that are interested, but then it kind of like gets confusing on what the main selling point is. Oh god. I did solid core. I'm starting to feel it. The instructor was terrible, but I did survive. I think if I wasn't like already sore from squatting. So, kind of off topic, but when I first started weightlifting, um, I couldn't do squats because my knees were kind of bad. So, they weren't bad, but they were just really weak. So, basically, trying to squat weights was like a little difficult. So, I my trainer was basically trying to train me and strengthen my knees, right? Um, and so during that time, I just did like a lot of deadlifting and not too many squats. But now that my knee is strong enough, yeah, my knees are a lot stronger. So he was saying that, you know, deadlifting is great, but squatting is also really good. So it's not really something that we should like neglect. But just because I can deadlift like 160 does not mean I can squat 160. It's kind of like something you have to like stat into, you know, individually. But anyways, so I've been squatting like maybe like 60 to 70, right? Which is kind of like my safe area, safe weight zone. And he was like, okay, your knees are good now. We can ramp it up, right? And so obviously it's still not too crazy, but we did 100, which what was okay. I could do 5 like pretty easily, but then like once it got to like after 5 was kind of like, okay, I'm feeling a little like out of breath, right? But we did 100 pounds, and I was pretty sore for it a little bit. And also, I don't know if you guys have this problem, but I have like burst blood vessels where the bar sits on my neck because it was so heavy. I bruise really easily, so that's like one thing to take into account, but it's like my thighs hurt and also the back of my neck hurts. And I don't know if there's like neck exercises to fix that. Yeah. Yep. I agree, Ness. It's something I've always been critical of when it comes to WS stuff. My traps. What does my traps have to do with it? I'm saying the back of my neck right here. Where the bar rests when you do squats. There's no way actually training your traps. If your traps are big like Arnold, the bar can't touch your neck. Holy shit, Avo. Are you like 5,000 IQ or what? Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He's 5,000 IQ. I know there's like padding you can get, right? You can get like the pads, but does that interfere with your squats? Does anyone know? Oh, so it's like a safety thing? Are you talking about Antonelli? Antoli, or however you say it? Ben, I want you to know that chat says you have no riz whatsoever. Like, they know for a fact you have no Riz. Sorry. Could try moving your grip closer so you're flexing your back more. I see. Okay, I'll try that next time. You gotta keep it spicy. Low-key, yesterday was kind of fun making all those dispatch choices because it was pissing everyone off. I didn't get the worst ending. I saved LA. I could have not saved LA. Oh, sorry. You think so? This is the palm plate. Yeah, I did. I did. It was just loose. Did I like it? Yes. I played all of it yesterday. Believe it or not. I'll do another playthrough. I wonder if there was actually Twitch integration. Sometimes they add that for those games, but if there's like Twitch interaction, I would totally replay it for you guys so you guys could just vote and choose. I think it would be a cool feature. I mean, they did really well, so I could see them like maybe adding more features later on. That'd be cool, right? Okay. Yeah. I should do a Baldur's Gate playthrough, but do I want to? I mean, this enter stab was user error. That was me. I thought I screwed it in all the way. Yeah, that's what she named herself, but then they forced her to change it to Visagirl. Yeah, that was their same reaction. It's because she was a villain. She's trying to be cool. If I played Baldur's Gate on stream, though, would you guys behave? I know. I know. Do you ever behave? Sometimes you guys do. You know what? what if they decide to continue making episodes because they romanced her, they would have to deal with the fallout. This is a safe space where I behave, Rue. I'm glad you think this is a safe space. Yeah, I guess you could have sex with a bear. I mean, a lot of women choose the bear these days, so that makes sense. I think it'll be fun, but it's definitely one of those investments, time investments. But I do want to tell you guys that I've been enjoying the gaming streams a lot. I think the daytime gaming streams have actually been really good for me. Just in the sense of like, I know this is gonna sound like kind of shitty, but like having that viewership and just kind of like making me feel more confident in my streams. Like it's not that I don't appreciate like the people who show up for the late night streams, but there is definitely something like very validating whenever it's like, oh dang, like, you know, oh, I'm actually getting like more than 30 people. That's cool for my gaming streams, right? Just like, I guess me realizing that, you know, the time does matter, and also finding that time where like more people can watch, right? And so it's been good for me because I definitely feel like a lot more confident, and I feel like more eager to stream because it's like, oh, like a lot of people will show up, you know. Maybe that's bad to say, but that's kind of how I feel. Well, it's definitely discouraging as a streamer where like you don't hit like your normal numbers. Not that I expect to, especially when it's like keyboard versus like non-keyboard, but when you get like half your viewership and just like having to tell yourself like it's not you, it's what you're streaming, or it's not you, it's like the time, or um so it's been a nice like confidence boost to be like, oh damn, like if I had just streamed at like this time, like more people would be able to watch, you know. I guess in my mind I always thought the late night streams made more sense because it's like people were off work, right? But I guess that's not the case. I guess more people actually watch when they're at work, surprisingly. I was like, you guys aren't working, you guys are watching Twitch, you know? Yeah, so many people are like, I'm watching from work. And it's like, oh, okay. Hello. Yeah, a lot of people do. I mean, I still do like the daytime, nighttime streams, so it's not like over nighttime streams. I'm a nighttime I'm a nighttime person like in general, so okay, this is palm plate. Alright guys, so this is the same switches, but we're using a different plate. This is the palm plate. and still using the core. Okay. What'd you guys think of that configuration? So one thing that I may or may not mention, but the board also has top mounts. I'm only doing the silicone because that's what I prefer. There are, I have a lot of plates. So I'm probably gonna do one more plate. I'll probably do the F4 plate, and then we'll probably call it. But I hope it's okay that I didn't do like all the configurations. Yeah, we're still doing client build tomorrow, yes. Should I do a Baldur's 3 playthrough, Twitch chat only? So bonk streams, it's actually what I normally do, but it's getting very late. And I'm tired because I did a workout class today. So normally I would have started earlier and like pushed through it and done it, but I'm just tired, unfortunately. Yeah, so I went to Solid Core, which you guys don't know, it's like Pilates, but more just I actually don't know the difference, but it's basically Pilates, okay? And then I ate hot pot. So usually I try to do as many configurations as I can, but yeah, that's the thing. I try to do all the configurations so because there's always at least someone interested in it, but today I'm just tired, unfortunately. Maybe I could do a rebuild stream like later on, like for the other configs, I think would kind of be neat. But I'm also tired because I went into the studio today and I trimmed some stuff. Um, if you're new here, if you're coming in here for the first time, I review the keyboards, but I also I do ceramics a lot, and I've been trying to prepare for my first holiday market. It's my very first ceramic market. No, I haven't seen him recently, but next time I see him, yeah. So I woke up, went to the studio, trimmed, and then I went to Lawrence. We did solid core, and then we went to hot pot, and I did a lot today. So I'm sorry. Normally I would have powered through it all, but I am sleepy. But I would consider doing like a rebuild stream for other stuff if people were really curious about it. But that's the beauty of having other streamers, is that hopefully they had the configs that you wanted to see, or YouTubers. He's so hot. Well, I'm glad you think he's hot. Years, decades of hoarding has paid off. My IEM ear loop heat shrink started to tear, so I re-sleeved it. Wow. Where's Oxy? Oxy! We need to say I told you so to Oxy, because he's the one who gives a shit for that. He's the one who was like, yeah, hoarders will be right one time and then hoard stuff for years. Speaking of shit lying around, I have your thing, Oxy. Let me know how you want me to proceed. You down to take it out, test the workspace? Yes, I can do that. On Sunday, before movie night, do you want to get in call together? And then I can show you. Just so you can see it too. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I used to play a lot of Animal Crossing. I haven't in a long time. My villagers probably hate me, and I have social anxiety, so I can't face them ever again. I'd rather just like never face them or like start a new island than go through like, oh my god, you came back after 5 years. It's like, oh shit. No, I can't. They're always like, oh, you've been gone for so long. I'm like, please don't remind me. Hello, Kirist. Oh, I caught one of her streams. I actually woke up. I was like, oh wait. I watched on my phone. I typed on my phone. Connor's like, can you lower that? I'm like, no. It was 7. Oh, I caught like the tail end. Yeah, it did. It did. I know, right? I'm kind of interested or curious about the Dynacaps. I mean, you're in Japan, right? Aren't HHKBs like omega popular there? It was like as a Topra, as the Dynacaps. But had to Dremel the plate. So, you bought some? Let me know what you think. Unless that's the one you're sending to me. It's like it's the brand HHKB, not like HHKB. Well, I mean the HHKB layout, but it's like the actual brand HHKB. It does, yeah. It's cup rubber. Wait, Itzy, do the big Twitch shout out, the slash, not the exclamation. Do the slash one. Then everyone can hit the heart and follow. Yeah. Now you guys can see in the chat, you see the little heart, you just press the heart and it follows immediately. Amazing. Sugoi. Great. Fantastic. Hun hao. Humbang. Cupo. Stellaris. What the? Of course. Cupo, isn't it crazy? I know what Oxy sounds like, but I don't know what you sound like. Damn, that's crazy. You sound like George Lopez? For real? There's actually a Dale at my gym. So, my trainer is very popular. And people come up to him and fist bump him all the time. But there's this one guy there. His name's Dale. He's an Asian guy named Dale. Which is like, I have never met an Asian Dale in my life. Oh. Anyways, so his story is like pretty inspiring because my trainer's like, yeah, he used to be 300 pounds. Now he's like squatting as much as me. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Good for you, Asian Dale. Like, yeah. He's like super omega fit now. Yeah. Basically went to the gym every single day. Lost a lot of weight. Good for him, right? Love to see it. And you know what? He was like, oh, I see you training with Jacob all the time. He's like, you've been training for a while now? I'm like, yeah. He's like, fist bump. I guess he's like, good for you for keeping it up. I was like, oh, thank you. Thank you, Asian Dale. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I only side-eye people if they're like making a scene. If they're not making a scene, it's like, I don't even pay attention to half the people in the grocery store. Like, I don't give a heck what you are doing. It's like, I got my own shit to worry about. I gotta find the veggie that doesn't expire. Like, I don't care what you're doing. Like, do your own thing. Like, more power to you. That's my thought process. Why worry about what this person is doing when I got my own thing to do, you know? Yeah. Like, I get it. Oh. Did I do this wrong? What the heck? I did. I heard one of them was just like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. Okay. Yeah, I did see that. Hey, he's not in there. Um, you know what? This is bad, but I will side eye a place if it's an Asian restaurant and there's only white people. I will be like, oh man. I'm like, uh-oh. I will admit I do get a little I will get a little like, oh no. But that's different, okay? That's a little different. I don't leave, but I am definitely like, where are my people at? Is this not a is this not a place of my people? Where are my people at? You know? Is this not really side eyeing? I like so desperately want to recreate these like TikTok reels of my cousin, but she's like not into social media at all. So like I like so desperately want to be like, you know, we're at our matcha pop-ups and, you know, like someone comes up and asks a question like, yeah, which matcha drink does not have caffeine? And then her just like and me putting like a happy face happy face paper on her face. Right. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Okay, well I threw that down somewhere. Hey. I feel like cats are so smart, but they love playing with fire. It's like I tell her no, she knows what it means, and she's just like, I'm just gonna do it anyways. Fucking cat. Uh, yeah, that is kind of how it is some places, yes. Yeah. There's also this theory where you know the restaurant is really good if on Yelp it has like anywhere from like 3 to 3.5, right? Mostly 3.5, but if it's an Asian restaurant, 3.5, you know it's like fire. Oh, 3.5. Okay, yeah. Yeah, usually the bad reviews were like, the staff was so rude here. Food was dank, but staff rude. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much Oxy, yeah. I haven't had a grain of rice in months. Is that like by choice or? Guys, I think Potato's going to Taiwan with us. That's so good. The more people, the more foods you can try. That's great. That's fantastic. Thank you. Hello, Meep. Have you played Dispatch? Have you seen gameplay of Dispatch? Play Arc Raiders? No, play Arc Raiders with me. Meep, are you a mean gamer? I could see Meep having that side to him. Meep, are you BM? Say you're in a squad game, you down you down an enemy team. Do you down them or do you wait until do you use them as bait? You don't BM? Damn, I BM. I BM. Like, I ruined the fun. That person's dying. Like, fun ruined. I don't give their friend a chance. No. They're just, I'm gonna ruin their fun. Okay. I down them, they're going down. I'm not using them as bait, no way. It's not even about confirming the kill. It's like, oh, you got downed? Well, you can spectate your friends. Then you could take down 2 or 3. That's not the point. That's not the point. It's the satisfaction. Knowing you ruined their fun. Why give them a second chance? Well, what if the friend comes and is like an amazing player and then kills me? Then what? That's not true. My trainer was telling me I should play Arc Raiders. So I was like, I get motion sickness. He's like, bro, that's the game right now. I'm like, I know. I can't play it. I'm sorry. I'm weak. You guys are lucky you haven't played games with me, honestly. You have to be... You have to have a personality like Yugs. You don't take anything seriously. Or someone like Vin, who just doesn't listen to anyone at all. I'm not saying he doesn't take everything. I'm saying you don't take things seriously, Yugs. I'm saying Vin doesn't listen. No, Yugs, you're the one who doesn't take things seriously. Like, Yags is a type of worker. You're yelling at him for like fucking up a dish, and you're like insulting him and his family, and he's like, I just work here, you know? He just won't get mad, you know? Um, they kind of stopped updating PlateUp for like new dishes and whatnot. The Christmas maps are like always the huge ones that you can send through the conveyor and it'll auto cook. And ever since the newest patch for the localization, a lot of the mods have broken. Yes, I have. I've done quiche. I've tried American breakfast, but it never worked. And I've done different pizzas. Reaching the I don't give a fuck life is a great thing, yeah. What's wrong with quiche restaurant? I don't think so. I think they're just doing other games now. I love PlateUp. I also like Feed the Cups. But Feed the Cups is actually like pretty difficult because there's no automation and it's just... You just have to be really fast. No. He's not in there. Okay. You guys, I feel a little bad for what I did to Fruit. I'm like still thinking about it because I was like, that's kind of mean. Well, he bought Tavern Keeper, and he was trying to backseat game me, and I was like, do not backseat game me. And he's just like, okay. And then, like, not even, like, 10 seconds later, someone else came to backseat game me, and I was like, oh my god. Yeah, I feel bad because, like, some people don't even realize they're doing it. Like, they're just trying to be helpful, and it's hard to, like, kind of gauge that like intention, especially through text. Like, they think I'm genuinely struggling and they like want to help me, but part of like the struggle is, or part of the fun is the struggle. But not everyone thinks like that, so. Hey. No. No. He's not in there. No. Connor went to bed early, so she hasn't seen him. And she's just like, what the hell? I know! They did it right! I'm going to... These are the ones I'm going to be selling at the market. This one is going to be given away as a planter. I'm selling them for, I think, 15 to 20, and I'm gonna have bigger ones that I'm gonna do for 25 to 30. But these are like the little espresso ones. I'm really sad because I did a Kirby and a Ditto. I did 2 Kirbys, 2 Dittos. The 2 Kirbys did not survive. They all have these cracks in it. And I know what the problem is. It's because when I throw off the hump, I don't compress it enough. So I'll show you guys real quick. Yes. I can save you one. So look. Look at the Kirby. But yeah, there's a crack. Like my Dittos. Yeah. I need to repaint the Dittos, but the Kirbys came out really good. Sad. So here's what they look like. Cute, right? Oh yeah, it's the Ditto one. I just have to repaint it. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Cute, right? My sister's trying to convince me to move in with her so I can just make pottery at her house. And she was like, those like these. She's like, those Misky mugs used to sell for 35 to 40. I'm like, they're so small. There's like no way. She's like, no, people will pay that. I'm like, no, these are so small. I feel bad selling them for that much. Um, so I'm still gonna sell the cracked ones, but I'm gonna list them as discounted. And that they're more ideal for like planters. So I'm gonna sell them as planters. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know how to do that. So this one has a crack, so the water will flow through. And the other ones are also the same, so we'll see. So as long as it has some kind of like way for the water to get through, I'd probably still recommend like adding like a little small layer of like rocks and then putting like a little sapling, a little small plant in it. But that way, you know, the water won't always, won't entirely rest at the bottom. But I mean, you could buy these anyways and use them as a plant if you wanted, but yeah. But they are watertight. Yeah. I want to learn how to do that, Mao, but um, what I'm trying to locate right now is a golden pen from Japan. Because the Japanese have, they're so smart. They're like, instead of having, gold luster in like a jar, we're gonna put it in a pen so you can use the gold luster and just draw it on. I think that's so clever. But unfortunately, like, only the Japanese have it. Gold luster is like pretty expensive though. Oh yeah, you pretty much have to wear like you have to wear gloves and also a mask for some of the chemicals you work with. Like for example, like liquid latex. Also, whenever you're doing like spray glaze, you have to be careful with that too. But luckily my studio has like all those things. Well, even clay is toxic to work with. Like if you're exposed to clay for too long, like that's bad for you too. Like especially the dust. You have to be careful. A clean studio is a safe studio. And see. It's come back to us. That's so millennial coded just thinking about ways to die. Or joking about ways to die. A la carte. It's pretty good. Lauren liked it a lot. It's but you're playing Dota? I'm missing. Oh, it's right here. Ursa? I love Ursa. Oh, this is a new character called Yura. Then oops. Oh, okay, it is Ursa. I mean, I don't know. Have they added new people? Tez? Oh, when I go to Houston, I want to go to a ceramic store. You wanna come with Joe? Okay, this is the FR floor plate. Donde? I don't know. I don't know. How do you think I would know? Alright, you guys. This is FR4 with cork. Alright. So I guess my final thoughts. Or I guess my thoughts. I think I like the alphas, but I do think that at least with this configuration, the mods do feel like a little weak to me. Weak in the sense of like they're not as like pronounced. But once again, that's like with my configuration. And there's also top mount that you can do, right? Keyboard. Bougie. It's built. Give me one sec. Let me just feed her. She's asking for Connor. Okay, I fed the cats. All right. Um, where was I? um, oh yeah. So my thoughts about this board. Um, there's kind of a lot I want to say. Where do I start? Basically, a summary of my thoughts is that I do think there are a lot of parts of this board that are like beautifully designed. For example, seeing like the curve on the board, seeing this mechanism. Also, I think the ano is done really well. The design is a little funky, but you know, some people really like that, right? And so I do think the board is very beautiful. Um, do I think the themes are very cohesive? I kind of get their reasoning behind a lot of it, but I could see like why some people would, you know, be confused. And I understand like I mean knowing the market and seeing the detail on the knob thing, it does make sense for a WS board. I mean, they have loyal fans, they have people that really like the design. And there's definitely like a market that they're trying to go for, whether it's like the market, whether it's like the Western market or like overseas. It's kind of hard to say. I'd say this would be a board to consider if you really do like, you know, this aesthetic. I did build a Freya, yeah. But we could just look at the board so you guys can kind of see like everything that you would be getting. I focused a lot less on um, basically how the board sounds because I don't think the selling point is how the board sounds, at least for this. I think the selling point is all the extra stuff that you see here. But here is like the front of the board, 75% as you can see, and then everything is slightly separated or at least off to the side. They have incorporated this big knob, right? And then they have this little mammoth logo. And then this part, the front part is pretty big, but as you can see, it slopes off. So it's kind of like a wrist rest. It's actually very comfortable to type on. They also have these like silver chamfers on, you know, the edge of the board, which I think at a certain point it does catch the light really well. And so there's just like a lot of like small details I think that really do add up. Some people would argue that it's like too busy, but I do think it's overall like very pretty, like just from the front side. I think the back or the side is where like um a lot of like the intricacies also lie. So you have the front watch, or not the front watch, you have the front mechanism, but then also look at this side. So earlier I compared it to like fabric folding or like a ballet shoe, and that's kind of what it looks like to me. You have the two-tone between like the pink top and then you have this white bottom. It's gonna be different for like all the other colors. There are 10 colors by the way, but you can see it's like it incorporates like a lot of curves, and this is a very complicated, very detailed CNC, which is kind of incredible to see, at least like up close. Maybe it's not something that everyone can appreciate, but this is definitely very complicated machining, right? And then it's also the reason why it contributes to the pricing. Oh god. Here's the back. So I personally am not a fan of like the shiny back, but as you can see, it is very shiny. It's a reflective. However, this way I think is the cool part, right? So not only do you have this like geometric mammoth, it also matches the ano on the front. It kind of looks like this part has been like pushed in, right? So it almost looks like, not like, almost like liquid almost, but I do think it's cool. I think the feet need to be a little thicker. This is the feedback I'm gonna pass on, but because of how heavy the board is, I feel like these feet are like a little too shallow so that you could easily just like push it off like that. But anyways, that's like my critique. They're non-adhesive feet, but I honestly think that almost maybe these should be adhesive in a way, just because like it's a screwless case design, meaning it's all in the front. So this being adhesive is actually, I think, would be okay. But yeah, the back is really cool, right? But I didn't show you guys. So here is, you know, the USB port side. Oh, is this working? Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Oh. So there is supposed to be RGB, or at least lighting, through this part right here. It's not showing up. It could be I need the JSON file real quick, but this is supposed to have like a light wave. That was the other thing that I didn't point out. Archer. I don't have the file. But it's supposed to have these flowing lights right here, right? And then there, I guess, description for that is they've made this RGB strip like flowing like waves. So it's like moving like tides, shifting through time and space, you know? So there's like lots of queries all throughout. This part is supposed to light up. It's not lighting up for me, but I need the JSON file to, I guess, turn it on. Or at least configure it on. Or maybe there's a keybind for it. But that is something that I did not show you guys. But perhaps there is a keybind for it. Let's see. Oh man. Let's see. FN shift right. FN. Oh, oh, okay. Does that turn it on? Nope. FN shift. Oh, there it is. Okay, so check that out. I didn't show you guys this, but look at this. Oh. Yeah. I didn't show you guys this earlier, but it does have this little part right here. Can I dim my lights? Not easily, unfortunately. I'd have to stand up, but look. Whoa, cool, right? So I'm actually a very big fan of them doing this like RGB, you know, slit through the side. It's very reminiscent of one of the old school KBD where they had like a piece of acrylic through like the middle or the seam of a board, and I thought it always just looked really cool. So I actually do like the way that they incorporated this one. Um, but you can change the color, but I do like that it's a wave effect. It wasn't on by default, so I had to turn it on, but that is something I wanted to show you guys because we didn't see it earlier. But you can see, whoa, whoa. I really think it would be cool to change this to like a different color so you can watch it like, you know, the colors flow. Okay. But yeah, so that's like an overview of the board. I didn't go as in depth this time around just because it's getting kind of late. But the board is either top mount or silicone bean mounted. You do get this like really nice manual for like all the keybinds, and there's a lot. So if you decide to get this board, this is definitely something that you want to keep just in case, right? But this is a really nice manual. Almost feels like an exclusive, you know, black envelope invitation. Really nice. Oh, a lot louder than I thought it would be. But yeah, so this mechanism. So the biggest discourse I've seen is that why not make this into a watch? And I talked about it I think a little bit too long, but I think there were many things that they could have done with this, and apparently there's two different mechanisms. So there is a what is it? The tourbillon, or there is a mechanical flywheel, which is what I have, right? So you can tell based on which side the mammoth is the one you have, right? But the idea here is that this is still a functioning knob, but this part is not very functional in the sense of it's mostly here for decoration. And I think one of the biggest critique was if you're gonna go that far to make like the mechanism for a watch, why not just make it into a watch? And I don't know. I don't know the reasoning. If I had to make an educated guess, I would just assume that it's just like another thing to QC, maintain, and they weren't trying to make a watch. They were just trying to, you know, incorporate something cool that wasn't a screen, but also, you know, just like followed the theme of the board. So being like timeless, you know, like the mammoth being like a timeless thing, right? And, you know, having no hands, therefore making it timeless. So it's like your standard like marketing answer, but I guess it being one of their biggest critique, it's, you know, I think if they just say like, well, if we did make it a watch, it would have been like an additional like $300, right? They could have done that, but there's a lot of questions that were asked that I actually don't know the answer to. I'm just here to like showcase and review the boards, and I'm not necessarily defending them in the sense of like I think you should buy this board. That's not what I'm saying. It's more so I'm saying that there are a lot of other beautiful things of this board that contribute to the price point, but I just think it's like a little unfortunate that not everyone, but a lot of people are like, what is the point of this, right? And I think the point is to just something different. But that's also another critique I have of like WS is that their boards are very heavily thematic, you know, and they try to like put a lot of things into the board, but there obviously is a market for it, right? Because they're still making boards. I just don't know if it is the right market, which is what we're seeing here. You know, a lot of my audience are, you know, in the like in the US. And so this might not be something that they could consider buying. also it's a very high barrier of entry in terms of like the price point, because I think starting off someone was saying it's like 750. um but basically it's, yeah, it is a very, yeah, I think that's what someone was saying. So it starts at 750, goes up to 1,300. Hey, stop. Yeah, so the this is gonna be a pre-order. It's open December 9th to December 26th. Starting price is 749, goes all the way up to 1,299. There are 10 different colors. Looks like there's going to be 2 PCB thickness. 1.2 is going to be your flex cut. 1.6 is going to be your non-flex cuts. There are 6 plates, so copper, alu, carbon fiber, FR4, PC, palm. They're all tri-mode. And yeah, depending on which color you get, one has the aluminum bottom and then the other one has like the brass bottom. The board is top mounted or the silicon bean gasket mounted. So you do have 2 different mounting points, but yeah, I think part of why it's so expensive, so they say there's 3 reasons. First is that this side, right, takes over 10 hours of CNC machining, so that's why. And also, this one, the movement of everything in here has to be, basically manual craftsmanship, handmade. And then also, this glass is going to be sapphire glass, right? Hello, stop. You already ate. Um, but yeah, there's basically a lot of things contributing to the price. Um, I could see another thing that people might get not upset, but basically this has like a manual thing that you can rotate, right? So if you look on the side, you see this one. If you want this part to keep spinning, you can manually rotate that, but you can't go too much or else the spring will get too tight. But there is that manual rotation for that one. The side is very, yeah, it's a very pretty board. But the price point is very high, right? Um, I definitely think, at least with the price point, that this is something that people who like, the idea of this, or they like the side, right, is something that they could, like, this is a board that they could consider, or if they're like a really big fan of mammoths. Um, I'd say this is definitely not for like the general populace, right? Um, so I do think it's very expensive. Right, it's very expensive. I get why it is expensive, but the board is so heavily themed that you have to either really like the theme, you have to really like watches, but accept that it's not a watch. It's just like the mechanism, right? It's still functional, like don't get me wrong, it's still functional. And I think it's very interesting how they incorporated that, because this is the first time I've seen like a cog inside here, right? To account for the encoder. or like a separate, because like a rotary knob, like it has the cog built in, but this one is like separate because this piece itself is like separate. So I think once again they're doing a lot of things that are like cool and like different, but whether it will land like in our market is like completely, it's like something else. But here's the thing is I don't think, like obviously they want this to sell a lot, right? But I don't think this is something that they really wanted to sell a lot of, in the sense of like, this is so labor intensive, you know, that they really wanted to go for the approach where like you're paying a lot of money for something that not a lot of people will have. So when you do buy it, you have this quote unquote timeless piece, because it's not really something that everyone can afford to buy. And those who are able to buy it, you know, it's almost like a showpiece. Does that make sense? I mean, obviously they want to sell as many as they can, but this is not, I'd say the this does not appeal to the mass market, which is, I don't think, their target market, right? So that's just something to like consider. From a building standpoint, it was relatively straightforward. Um, the ribbon cables weren't that big of a deal. I would say just don't take this apart, but it's cool because you can take out this module if you wanted to. Like, you don't have to keep it in here. Like, you could just take it out. Like, even if you're not using the board, you could just take this module out and just like put it on your desk if you want, right? It's certainly really fun to look at, but I would argue that this is the level of like custom, like when you talk about like custom boards, I'd say this kind of, you know, kind of starts to delve into that territory of like, I want to say Neubauer. It's not necessarily Neubauer, but it's almost like boards that are very expensive, but you know, a certain crowd will like it because it's so like niche, so specific. Does that make sense? Like they take the idea of custom and make it like super custom, in the sense of it almost like, not pigeonholes, but it funnels down to a lot of people. So it funnels down a lot of people. So it's interesting, right? But WS sports have always been known to be like very heavily thematic for that reason. And there obviously is a market for it if they're able to continue making these types of boards, right? Obviously, it'd be great if they could sell multiple even to like the general populace, but just like understanding that the work that went into it, and also um, the work and the time, right? So either this board was made for you guys or not for you guys, but at the end of the day, it's like this. I would say this board isn't for everyone. Like, it's a keyboard, you can use it, but the price point is like so high, and it's like, I get why, but it's so high that not everyone will be able to afford to buy it, right? Yeah, it's a very, very specific audience for sure. Um, but like I said, we kind of saw it with Norbauer where, you know, his board was like, how much? And everyone's like, there's no way people will buy it. But then you have the people in that area that were like, I'm gonna buy it. It's kind of like, not like they're creating scarcity by pricing it out of like certain price points, but the idea of like, they get it's expensive, they explain why it's expensive, then it's up to the consumers whether or not they want to buy it or not. And for those who do, it's like them knowing it's priced so high that only a specific few will have it. No, I don't think it's priced to price people out like, you know, like Norbauer, you know, but I think it's definitely, it's expensive, and they know they're not going to sell like 500 units. Does that make sense? Um I don't think they'll sell 500. I think 100, yeah, 50 to 100 they could. Maybe not from, maybe not from the western side, but if this is like the international run for everyone, then yeah, I mean there definitely could be someone like lots of people, at least that like this, that are like, hell yeah, brother, let's do it. But yeah, but from a pure like design standpoint, I think it's a beautifully designed board. It's kind of busy, but uh, it's it's unlike anything I've ever seen, which is, you know, which in a saturated market, that might just be the thing that you need to like sell out, right? Um, but if you can learn to appreciate everything that did go into this board, but also accept like it's not for me, like, you know. And I think I'm in that boat where it's like it's a really cool board, not for me, you know. But I also do think it's fair to have the critiques where like, why didn't they make that a watch? Or like, why didn't they do this? Why did they do that? So, um, yeah. And the international market's tough. A lot of buying power was in the US. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the sport does. I think there probably is a market for it, but we'll see. I don't know how much units they'll sell. I don't know if they share those numbers, but I do think I do think you're not buying the keyboard for the sound. So it's interesting they still incorporated the two mounting styles, but um sound wise it was fine, right? I think the cork is a good thing that they stuck with and continued to like um continue down that route. Well, I don't know if it's an international release. I don't know that specific. It could be this is already like kind of grazed the Chinese market, but I don't know. But what Yugs is saying does make sense. If this is like international for everyone, right? If this at least sells like the units in, the China market, but then, sells like a few here. I don't know if they expect to sell a lot here. I don't know. I do think though my one of my biggest critique at the moment is that they probably need to come up with a better response as to why they didn't incorporate the hands on here. Like just telling the Western market, oh, it's because it's timeless, right? I think coming out with like a statement as to why it wasn't, and also maybe like maybe they'll come up with the solution to make it to incorporate it a little differently, right? Especially if, well, I think it's already being made. So that's another hard thing. I don't know how feasible it is for them to change things now, but um, I mean, if you guys are interested in the board, definitely give your feedback. And I mean, giving feedback has been known to, change things. So, yeah. I think all they have to do is offer different types of modules. Yeah, they could. That is something that is like critique for them. But it's one of those things where like I think a lot of people have a lot to say, but at the end of the day, are they gonna buy the board? It's like no. So I think for the people who are genuinely interested in it, like they should give their feedback, right? So if you're someone who is genuinely interested in this board, you should give Mellatrix or WS your feedback, right? But yeah, sorry, I've babbled on for a long time, but that's fine, Ness. No, 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 you're fine. You're fine. It's just, I could say that, but I know like some people will like it. So it's like it's my personal opinion, it's your personal trying to just kind of look at it as like I'm just reviewing it. Do I think it's expensive? Yeah. Do I think it's also pretty? It is. Do the themes make sense? I don't know. Some of them kind of feel like a stretch, but I can appreciate, at least this module by itself, right? Like, this is definitely something I would consider just like yoinking out of the case and just like putting on my desk. Be like, oh, that's cool to look at, And the fact that you can do that is also really cool. It's like I might not have a keyboard on my desk, but this is, I think, cool enough to have here, right? And if it were functional, that would have been sick, but they probably have their reasons. Yeah. And they might later on, so I don't know. But yeah, that's a board. Thank you, WS, for sending it out to me. Sorry I wasn't able to do more configurations, but unfortunately, like, I got a little sleepy. Um, yeah, it's expensive. There's a lot that they incorporated into it. But yeah, thank you, WS, for sending it out. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Um, yeah, I think that's it. That's it. That's the build. Goodbye, YouTube. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.